Well, that's silly of me. I went in here and I never went live until now. I've been having a conversation with you guys and everything, and I've just been freaking driving along here, la di da di da di da, blind to my fucking world. I thought I was live. Yo, Chrome Dome Omega. Oh no. Briggs's costume was too scary to get any candy. People would see him coming and turn off their lights and lock their doors. Children run screaming through the streets. It was awful. Yeah, a can of Fix It Flat would have gotten that right. I didn't think of that. Thanks, Snake. Maybe Fix It Flat and a little bit of that. What is that black stuff they spray on there? It's they made a boat out of a screen door. What is the name of that? It's like, you know what I'm talking about, Snake? You know, it's that black stuff they spray on to like patch leaks. Uh, I cannot remember what that product is called. Funny thing about that blown tire yesterday, I never felt it. The truck didn't drive any different. But if I hadn't got out to look, uh-oh, got a garbage truck up here in trouble. And here comes our turn where we get off to go to Leon, Kansas. The garden spot. I haven't been to Leon in years. I used to live in the next town to Leon called Augusta. Moved out of there in 2009. Then we had the last downturn of the economy when Beechcraft went bankrupt. It's like all the little darlings are getting out of school. There's a store for Iridium Kush, the eyewear junkie. We have a fairly interesting political sign up in this county. It says, vote yes for beer freedom. Now, I am all for beer freedom. I don't see how anybody could be against beer freedom. So, we should all look into Butler County and find out why we need to vote to support beer freedom, why it's even on the ballot. Because beer freedom is a God given right of all of us, especially those of us who love beer. And we should be going, what, 50 miles an hour through here? So vote yes for beer freedom. If there's any brothers living in Butler County, Kansas, help them. Help them support beer freedom. Yo, JR. We have the American flag and a Joe Biden sucks flag. Tell you how the people of Leon, Kansas feel about our current president. You really got to be careful here on this one. People are just hauling ass. I think after this white car and this red truck go, I'll be able to go. Yes. Come on, baby. Looks like I have beaten the other crew down here. This lovely Leon grocery store. With their wonderfully smooth parking lot. All right, now we get to wait. Let's see if I can fix this and get some people added into the stream. So we've had Mr. Pliskin, Sergius, Mouth the Gate Babe, Chrome Dome Omega, and JR come to visit so far in the chat. Welcome all, welcome all. We're waiting for another truck so we can switch out containers, or we can switch out trailers. Because I was not going to be able to make my delivery time, and they are switching trucks with me, or switching trailers with me with a team-driven truck. Now, I would never drive in a team truck unless I was married to the other person driving, because, well, that's just two guys too close. So I wonder sometimes about the team drivers. Because those guys can go 22 hours a day legally if they want to, whereas I can only go 11. So, yeah, Pliskin, I'm still scratching my head on that one. What is the name of that stuff? They sprayed it, and they like had a boat with a screen door as the bottom. I just don't remember. If any of you guys can remember, that'd be great. It's like Wonder Seal or something like that. Anyways, I'm going to go piss. I'll be back. Howdy, Megatron. We are waiting around for another truck from my company to show up, and then we're going to switch trailers. We're in Leon, Kansas. Oh, I agree, Megatron. No way am I getting the jab. You will not be putting fetal stem cells into my body. I am not a cannibal. While I was waiting around this morning, I was watching Good Morning America, and I see how they're trying to bury the effects of the jab. They're saying that people with COVID or who have had COVID have a higher rate of uh, blood clots and heart attacks. And that is true because most of the people who are getting COVID these days are people who've had the jab. Those of us who have had COVID and not had the jab aren't really getting COVID these days. I'm going to go see if I can get Mouth Agape Ape to come back. Apparently, I do not have Mouth Agape Ape in my Discord. So, I have to remedy that sometime. The guy who I'm meeting just texted me and told me he was 18 miles away. And it's gotten hot out there. It's 80 degrees. I can't believe it. So I'm going to change shirts and go out and unhook my trailer. And I'll take you guys and show you how to. No, I can't. I'd fucking dox myself if I did that. Fuck it. Welcome, Hemi. Howdy, Indy. Indy, you should come in. You too, Hemi. You too, Megatron. All right, 45 minutes. Area with crappy service. So, Indy, you got to help me out, brother. I've been waiting around all day for one thing or another, and I'm going fucking crazy. Oh, good. We got somebody in the backstage. It's Hemi.
Hey, brother.
Stream.
How's it going, brother?
Oh, it's going okay.
Sure. I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Is your tire fixed?
Yes.
Okay. What are we waiting on?
Well, I drove down here to. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm switching trailers.
Right.
The load I'm carrying has got to be in Laredo, Texas, tomorrow morning at 9:00. There's no way I could make that, so they're switching me out with another semi who has team drivers on it, as a driving team.
I see.
And I'm waiting for that guy here in the middle of nowhere, Kansas.
I see. Yeah, I remembered you said they were taking the trailer, but I was like, I didn't know whether it was logistics that you couldn't get there, or would you run out of your time, I guess, right? You can only drive so much one day, where two guys can dump it out. Right, okay.
Yeah, they can, I can go 11 hours in one day, but they can go 22 combined.
Right, okay. Did you get any heat for blowing a tire?
No.
Okay. Not that you should or anything. It's fucking Nothing you
No,
can.
and since I'm back here in my home state, I'm going to get my final fucking 2-year DOT physical. So I finally have enough time on my CPAP machine
Ah,
to qualify for the full DOT physical.
is that through your family doctor, or do they send you to a doctor?
Ooh, it's you have to go to a place that does DOT physicals.
I see.
I don't have a family doctor.
Oh, okay.
I am far too mobile,
Right.
and I have no health problems.
That's good.
So, how was your day?
It's been a funny day, actually. You know, I was watching the fish fry, what I refer to it as, but
Oh
you know,
God.
yeah, you know, trying to, trying to just see what's going on and whatnot. But
Well, let that be a lesson to you brothers. If you hang around in places that have drama and you're a dramatic kind of person, drama will frickin' multiply. Drama is
yes,
not additive. It's not 1 + 1 is 2. And in some cases, drama is actually exponential. The
yes,
more people you piss off, the number of people that are pissed off at you grows exponentially.
yes.
So that's why I stay clear of drama. That's why I stay clear of females in general. I don't interact with them and I have no drama. It's a beautiful thing. The only time I've run into drama since becoming a monk is when people try to psychoanalyze me and put me into their little boxes, like Unwanted Contriver did. And I called him out for white knighting on that one. Because, you know, he can use all the shaming language he wants. Call me a red pill rager, whatever. Doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not angry at anyone except my ex-wife. I'm not angry at other females. You know, when you start using shaming language like that, you become what we're fighting against, or what we all despise. Other people have jumped on some bandwagons, you know. I've decided not to make long videos about people anymore. I just make little poems when somebody pisses me off. And so far, the poems have worked. So I'm happy about that. They have de escalated through the use of humor.
It's a decent tactic. It's got
Yeah.
something to be said. It's not inflammatory like some of the other tactics, at least.
Well, it is and it isn't. Because, you know, people are all kinds of mad at Angler. Just super, super, super angry with him. And I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
understand why.
Me too. Me too. He's created a lot of his own problems. No question.
Yeah. And, I'm not going to place any blame on anybody, but um, like with everything, there's, it takes two to fight minimum. So both sides are guilty of the drama in these
That's
little
fair. That's
flame
fair.
wars. I know when I've done drama, I was guilty of perpetuating it. You know,
I think what I was trying to like express to them guys is that until he deals with the elephant in the room, aka the drinking, uh, you can't really discuss anything with him because he's not operating from a same level. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, that's one of the reasons I have never actually gotten into it with Angler ever.
I love the guy, but I really wish I wish he would sober up. Like that's priority number one in my opinion, but that's also my bias against alcohol.
Yeah, I'm not going to give Angler any advice other than to stay away from places where there's drama.
That's solid advice.
And I would, oh, the motherfucker. Motherfucker. The guy who told me to meet him here just drove by on the highway.
Dope.
Missed his turn. And I'm sitting here next to a fucking cattle truck waiting for the son of a bitch. Okay, mouth agape babe. Welcome. Hang on, I have to make a phone call. I will be right back. All right.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Let's hope the guy doesn't take his sweet time getting back here. Tells me to meet someplace and then fucking drives right past it.
Whoops.
Yeah. And we are as you can see, we are sitting right next to a full stinky cattle trailer.
Some beef.
Yeah.
You've been parked next to that thing all night?
Time to make our switch. There we go. Now I heard that nice satisfying click. All right, and I'm off.
On the road again.
Yeah. In this crazy ass wind with an empty truck. I thought they would have a load.
Ah,
Why the fuck they're driving around south central Kansas empty, I don't know. Gotta do some stuff. The guy wanted his scale work from me, so All right. We don't need that. We need lights because we're fucking approaching dusk. It is now officially, since we're after 4, been 24 hours since I blew my tire. No homo on the blowing of the tire. Different kind of blowing. Now we're on our way to Kansas City to go visit Papa and Mama Brandon, Papa and Mama Trueblood. And their fantastic dog, who I dearly love. Penny. So sit back and enjoy the ride, brothers. Anybody wants to join the stream, feel free. They're getting our Arkansas engineering shimmy dampener fixed. Gotta love StreamYard. Hey, Eric Zombro, welcome to the stream. And Zaku, Silverwolf, haven't seen you for a long time, brother. How you been, man? Last time I saw you, it was probably on Hamster or Hammer's hand stream months and months ago. No, my fucking brain is going dead. Fuck, I don't remember. So, Brother Zombro, how many miles have you run today? Oh, gentlemen, also, in case you haven't noticed it, they have a beer freedom amendment going on here in Butler County. So, if there are any of the brothers that are from Butler County, Kansas, please send them your moral support so that they can get beer freedom. So, vote yes for freedom. Vote yes for beer. UPS truck was really cool about that. I had to swerve out of the way of that guy jumping out of his truck there on the on ramp. Never stop on the on ramp, folks. And he did bad, and I didn't honk his horn or nothing. Just got over and let me in. Welcome, Hemi.
Thanks for having me back.
Happy that you're home safe. We're now on our way to Kansas City to go see Mama and Papa True Blood.
Oh, how nice. Are they expecting you?
Yep. Give them a phone
Awesome.
call today.
You have dinner with the folks?
They do not eat supper these days.
Oh, okay.
So I'll grab dinner when I get there. I've got a empty trailer behind me, so I'm not even going to be able to get into their neighborhood. I'm going to have to park at the mall and walk to their house.
Good exercise.
Yeah.
What's your ETA for Mom's house?
Oh, it's about 2 hours.
Okay.
Maybe a little less.
I'll keep you company.
Yeah. There are all kinds of people stopping in and saying hello and running off.
You're a popular guy.
Yeah. I'm just afraid I don't see them until after they've already gone.
I'll try to keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Because I saw Zaku, and I haven't seen Zaku for a long time. Eric stopped by. A few of the other brothers. And
Ape's back in here now.
Ape walking off
Agape.
the stream.
He's getting a new hot water tank today.
Oh, good. About time he took a shower. Ape, I heard you had some snow, or are getting snow right now, one of the two. Again, I saw there was a snow advisory on I-80. For western Nebraska and Wyoming. It's getting to that time of year where you got to check the weather all the time. You're slacking, Hemi. Welcome, Ape.
What did I miss this time?
I was trying to add Ape.
Is he coming in to chat?
Well, he should already be here. He's like, he's got the blue box of acceptance. So I don't know what's going on. Truth anchor. Anyways, I don't know what they're writing there in the chat, but hello. I mean, it looks like you booted yourself. Extreme true thinker.
Hey, Brandon.
Howdy. Welcome to the drive.
Why, thank you. This is nice. This is nice.
We've got a very, very late start today, unfortunately.
So, what part of the country are you in right now?
Right now, I'm going through East Kansas, East Central Kansas. Driving through the area known as the Flint Hills. And we haven't actually got to the hill part yet.
Yeah, it's looking pretty flat, pretty stereotypical of Kansas, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're just about ready to start seeing if I don't know how well it'll come through on the camera, but it's pretty nice vistas coming up.
Yeah, I don't think I've drove any further west than Chicago or Louisville. I think I went Louisville to Chicago.
Okay. Well, sometimes there's a lot of wide open spaces. You look at areas like this, and you know that the stories of global overcrowding are a myth.
Well, do you ever see anything weird, like any kind of weird drug stories or paranormal things?
Not really, but I've only been driving solo for tomorrow will be the beginning of my third week. So
Wow. Yeah, my dad, he worked on the railroad and he drove for, I don't know, 40 something years. He was in West
yeah,
Virginia and he claimed he saw something. He described it to me and my brother and we kind of just told him like, "Hey, that's the Mothman." And my dad was like, "What are you talking about?" He didn't know what it was, but he actually described it. But that was like the only thing.
yeah.
After 45 years, that was the only weird story.
You sure it wasn't Bat Boy?
All he said was it was something as tall as a human, and it flew across my car up into the trees.
Okay.
He didn't. He didn't really see what it looked like, other than a black figure that was as big as him and flew over the car.
Yeah. Well, back in the 1980s, the National Enquirer was famous for its stories about Bat Boy, which was a young boy who had been abandoned as a toddler and was raised in the wilderness by bats.
Well, in the '90s, I did see one person on a what was that called, tabloid, that was called Bat Boy. I didn't know that was the story. I thought it was just totally fictitious, which I
Well,
imagine it
Bat Boy
was.
was fictitious. They completely made Bat Boy up, and it was so obvious that it was bullshit that's why it was such a fun ongoing story. Because Bat Boy at one time even had a date with Brooke Shields.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, let me ask you this. This is an interesting question for you. Is there any kind of diesel shortage, or is that all just bullcrap stories in the news?
Well, I've never run into a place where they didn't have it, but the price sure has gone up, indicating that there is a limited supply. Yeah, when the price goes up like that, it means there's not enough of it.
Well, they
But
claim the southeast is about like 2 weeks out from going dry, and I don't know what that means. I never heard that before.
well, I have. Those stories come up every once in a while, and I think most of the time they're bullshit. So there have been times where we have had gas shortages. You know, we haven't had a nationwide gas shortage since 1972, but there have been regional shortages. A couple of years ago, there was a pipeline that got hacked. And sometimes when big hurricane comes through, they have shortages then because when the trucks don't move, things don't get delivered.
Yeah, it's a national priority. Or should
Because
be.
for fuel, the distribution network cross country is done by pipeline, but from those pipelines, you got to take it to the individual fuel stations by truck. And if you miss a few days of those trucks delivering stuff, the stations will run out. Their tanks are just so big.
Well, trucking's the best indicator of the economy. Are you seeing a slowdown in the economy, or you think it's roaring, or what?
Well, I deliver food. That's one of the reasons I chose the company I did. Um, and I figure that's a recession proof. But I haven't I haven't seen a drop off in trucking. There's no big layoffs going on in any of the big trucking companies. Um, Not even in any like the specialized companies. There's a company called Maverick, and all they do is deliver plate glass to construction sites. And Maverick seems to be doing well. So construction's not, at least commercial construction, is not down. I think with the increase in the interest rates, that new home construction's really going to drop off. People aren't going to be able to get the cheap mortgages.
Yeah, I
I
sold a
know that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know when I go out to buy food, it is really, really, you know, a lot more expensive than it was last year.
Yeah, I absolutely agree about the interest rates crashing real estate. I actually sold a condo because of that, and now I don't know what to do with my money other than just look at it and hope inflation doesn't destroy it. But yeah, that's a bit concerning. The food prices, I think about like starting my own hydroponics and greenhouse to try to
Yeah,
offset some of that.
that'd be a great place to have a tiny house, attached to a greenhouse too. You'd have all those fresh flowers and plants and stuff around you all the time. Be really healthy for your soul. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like I think they actually did psychological studies on it that the green color does something to make human beings just feel normal, calm, and relaxed. And they say these people
Yeah.
that live in the cities and die in the cities that they're really starting to have some mental disorders because that's not the normal human environment.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know what's happening to the females. You know, all you have to do is watch Brother Dax stream, see some of the craziness that's going on there with the medicated sex.
Yeah, yeah, women they just can't think long term. They're always reactionary.
But what they think is right and what's actually right are two different things, and it's driving them insane. Cognitive dissonance.
Well, I guess around the age 30, I kind of had to spell it out to my wife. And I said, you know, if you bitch at me, there's nothing good that's going to come out of that that will make you happy. There's I can't take it like a little beta male. I can't put you in your place and make you happy. I mean, just stop it. Be submissive and be happy. And I was sitting there thinking about, like, yeah, it really is that simple. Like, when a woman fights with a man, they're not going to be happy. There's no way they can be happy.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I chose to be monk. I don't have to deal with the drama for the sake of drama because they love drama, or the shit testing, or any of that other stuff.
Yeah, blatant narcissism. I think my favorite woman rule is your money is our money and my money's my money.
Yeah, fuck that. Then they'll turn right around, just like in Yidis' stream today, and say, I'm not a slave. Well, honey, neither are we.
Yeah, the little princess mentality. It's going to be real interesting. I heard someone had a dream. I think it's actually prophetic, but it was about Chinese and Russian soldiers coming in, and these women that been running amok in society, having divorce court and cops, strong arm the men in their lives, HR departments, all that. It's going to be real funny when they like bring that attitude to like foreign invaders that just don't give a fuck about. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be really interesting. I hope I
Yeah,
live long enough to see that.
I hope I don't. I would not like to see the United States invaded.
Well, if you don't like where things are, at least you'll get some sense of justice seeing it crash down.
Well,
But
I've
yeah,
traveled quite a bit, and I've never found a government anywhere that I've traveled that weren't assholes. And I'd rather our assholes be in charge than somebody else's asshole.
yeah, I
Because
get that.
you're trading the devil you don't know for. I mean, you're trading the devil you know for the devil you don't know.
Yeah, I get that. I think the problem is though, the more I think about secret societies and cabals, I'm pretty sure we're already ruled by people overseas that nobody knows who they are because they just don't want to get in front of a camera.
Yeah. Well, as a Stoic, I try not to worry about things that I have no control over. And
Yeah, I'm trying.
if the Illuminati or the Bilderberg Group or whoever is running things behind the scenes, then I have no control over any of that stuff. I can just I can take care of myself and hopefully help some of my friends.
Yeah, I think to some extent you got to like disengage and try not to think about it. But there's another hand where you need to be at least one step prepared, one step
Oh,
forward prepared.
absolutely.
So
That's
I've
why
been
I've got my
investing.
homestead.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm investing in solar panels, power inverters, batteries. I'm going to start growing my own food. I
Yeah.
think what's going to happen is you got to think about the collapse of the Roman Empire when things were much more global trade. And then you had the feudal age come out of the dark age. So just go ahead and start thinking about that. How can I be self sufficient?
Yep. Yep. I've got my plan. I hope it holds together for a few more years so I can ride it out in style. But right now, I could ride it out. I have seeds put away. I have
Yeah,
land already purchased. I could eat fish for the rest of my life. I have neighbors who have cattle who will trade me for doing various tasks. I'm going to get my fence built once I get enough money saved up to buy all the materials. And after I get the fence built, I am buying a donkey and some mama goats so that I will have milk and cheese and goat meat. Plus, I'm going to just, while I'm out driving, you can just let your goats go, and goats eat poison ivy, which there is a lot of on my property. So I'm going to have them go be little lawnmowers for me. The donkeys are really great about protecting herds. If you have smaller animals, you got to have a donkey to keep the coyotes, the bobcats away from them. Donkeys are mean little sons of bitches, very territorial.
They hate canines.
Say that again, Hemi?
They hate canines. They have like a
Yeah.
fucking
Oh, yeah.
long running thing against canines.
Yes, they do not like dogs of any shape or form. Donkey will fuck up some coyotes.
But you can't have more than one, or they'll wander off.
Well, that's what the fence is for.
Right.
We're in the middle of the largest cattle ranch in Kansas.
Ooh.
The Baja, it's like Bahaazaz, Bahazaz or Bahaz. Anyways, it is 35 miles by 35 miles. It's a huge freaking ranch.
Wonder if Billy Gates bought that one.
So, but it's not the biggest ranch I've ever heard about. Did you know that the square part of Texas used to all be one ranch? Square part of the north part of Texas where it looks like a square?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That was one cattle ranch.
And Texas still has the largest ranches, don't they?
I don't think so. I think Wyoming has the
Wyoming.
largest ranch, but there is a large ranch. There are lots of large ranches in Texas. Well, I'm just happy that the wind has shifted and is primarily blowing up my skirt. Because this afternoon, when I drove this with the other trailer, um, I had a crosswind and I had to slow down to 55 miles an hour just so I wouldn't blow over.
This one's going to help you get home faster.
Well, at least more fuel efficiently. Looks like we've got a big storm coming in.
It seems we lost Truth. I guess he dropped out. I don't know whether he's still in the stage, backstage or not. He dropped out of the StreamYard.
Oh, that's too bad. We're having a nice conversation.
Yeah, I was enjoying that. Hello to Shinobi. And Kush popped back in again. Say hello.
Sorry about that. I got kicked out for having a VPN.
Welcome back.
Thank
Oh.
you. Thank you.
Well, StreamYard is StreamYard.
Yeah, it was them.
Every time my phone rings, I have to back out of StreamYard and come back in so I can hear you guys.
And he gets a lot of phone calls. Telemarketers.
I was trying to remember, but I think Hammerhand, I think he's a truck driver as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a truck driver and a mechanic.
I think he actually lived very close to where I used to live. I think I do still have some rental property where he lives. I was trying to get him to be one of my tenants.
Yeah, I think he's in Louisville.
So I think I see Shinobi One on there. Hope he's still there. Cool guy. He
Yeah.
knows. He's a New Zealand farmer, I believe.
Yep. He is our warrior poet.
Master Shinobi is everywhere.
If you guys have not seen his chicken sermon, it's absolutely must see TV. You've got to watch the chicken sermon.
I think you mean duck, right?
No, I mean chicken. He has a chicken that sits on top of his head, and he starts preaching. It's the greatest video ever. Well, maybe not the greatest video ever, but it's Shinobi One's finest video.
He has those war chickens.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like all the city people, modern people, they look down on farmers. But once I think things go the way they're getting ready to go, those people will have a highly valuable skill set.
Yeah.
Those people look down on everyone. They look down on mechanics. They look down on tradesmen. They look down on farmers. But they're highly dependent on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing. I mean, I don't care. They look down on useful people. The tumors of society look down on the useful people. The problem is they vote for these politicians that go around trying to destroy useful people's jobs. And that just gets my blood boiling.
Well, I blame our school system. When I was a young man, we had shop classes that started in junior high, and by the time we graduated high school, we could rebuild a car. We could frame out a door. We could do all kinds of useful things. We could shingle a roof, fix our plumbing, do basic electricity. And if you were a guy, you had to take some of those courses. It was mandatory. Didn't matter if you were going to college or not. You know, you had to take a little bit of shop class. So you had your choice between shop and art. The art class was all girls, and the girls had home economics, where they would learn how to cook and sew. And that has all gone away.
Yep. I mean, a lot of these young women, like you ask them to like cook you something to eat, and they get all offended. I'm sitting there thinking, like, what do you think your purpose in society is?
That's because they're stumped. Have you seen what half of them cook?
Well, their purpose is to be a boss bitch right now.
Yeah, I actually can't do many mechanical things, but I'm a really, really good carpenter. I would put myself as like a low level master carpenter, and I know a lot about electricity and wiring stuff up. I'm actually that kind of engineer. But back when I was in high school, I actually took vocational classes, and you're right. Even then, in the early 2000s, people were looking down on me.
Yeah, I have many friends who went into the trades right out of high school. and have had much more stable life than I have. But I went out and, just sort of, I've always had a wandering bone in my body. So I was an airplane mechanic, all the work around there because the airplanes are cyclical. You have to go from place to place where they follow the work. Some of my friends who stayed home in my hometown, I've got a buddy who, when he graduated high school, he didn't know what he wanted to do, so he just worked in a warehouse. And now he's selling insurance. But he's been in that town my whole life, his whole life. Been married to the same old gal since high school that he's been going out with since high school. And has a stable life. Something that just doesn't happen anymore.
If I had it all to do over again, I think I just would have went to school to be a plumber.
Yeah. Plumbers make great money.
They do. They make more money than me, and I'm like a real high end aerospace electromagnetic interference engineer. It's ridiculous.
Primo Living was a plumber. He's already retired.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I'm sorry. Primo Living was a plumber, and he's already retired. I believe he's not even 40 yet.
Yeah, a lot of plumbers that do it for themselves, I think they make kind of on the low part of six figures, like around 100,000. So, like in a small town where the cost of living isn't that high, yeah, those people are comfortable middle class.
Yep. I know what you mean about engineers not making as much as you think they should. I was a mechanical engineer in aircraft for most of my career after I stopped turning a wrench.
I thought the aircraft mechanics make real good money. Is that not the case?
Well, they used to. They used to make really good money, but they changed the rules. It used to be that aircraft in the United States could only be worked on by A&P mechanics. And now they have the ability that the workshop itself can get licensed. And the workshop doesn't necessarily have to be in the United States.
Yeah, race to the bottom.
Shit. Hope I didn't just get a fucking ticket for speeding.
Uh-oh.
Going through the toll plaza, 35 miles an hour. Speed limit's 20. Fuck.
So I'm not sure if you enjoy talking about politics, but I'm seeing some funny memes about Nancy Pelosi's husband.
What are you seeing?
So I saw one. All the guys at work like this one. You know that world's most interesting man. I don't always drink, but when I do, it's still sake.
Yeah.
Well, it had his face on there, and it said, "I don't always drink, but when I do, I get hammered." And then the other one was like a big pair of whitey tighties and a hammer, and it said, "Well, this is my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume."
Yeah, I saw that one.
I don't know what the truth about that story is, but it's very apparent that everybody's not an idiot. They're covering it up. They can't even get the story straight when they cover it up.
My question is, why are all these people driving so slow on this highway?
I don't know. It's a weird time of the year for people to be driving slow. I'm not sure if it's just me being paranoid, but it seems like after the squirty juice, everybody getting their squirty juice, a lot of weird things been happening on the road.
Yep, I would have to agree. Well, this fucking blue car, now that me and this other truck go to pass it, it speeds up. Was driving 5 miles an hour under the speed limit. Now it's going over the speed limit. It didn't want to get passed by a truck.
So, Brandon, if you're fully loaded and you have to stop as soon as possible, how many feet will that take to do that at 60 miles an hour?
400.
Wow. Wow. And then I guess if you're going downhill, that's you got to add even more to it.
Oh yeah. Force equals G times height. Mass times G times height. Yeah. That kinetic energy does not go away. MGH.
I think like a fully loaded train takes like was it a mile or two to actually come to a complete stop? Something absolutely insanely ridiculous.
Yeah, some of those big Western trains out there that are like 2 miles long in themselves, they take even longer than that.
Wow.
But the Orange Blossom Special, like your grandpa used to drive, they didn't stop on a dime either. I was driving through that territory my first week that I was solo. That's beautiful country up there. Western Virginia, Eastern Tennessee.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time around there. Beautiful place.
Well, people have been predicting my entire life that we were going to have a revolution and that economy was going to collapse. I've kind of gotten numb to it.
Yeah, I could certainly feel that.
I think that, we as a gender need to stop supporting the gynocracy. And I see a lot of the brothers that are making plans to step out, putting those plans into practice. And you're married, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Both you and Hemi are married, but you're both pretty red pill too. And there's a lot of people in your shoes, the more traditional people, who are also moving in the direction of stepping out of society, whereas the Chinese like to say laying flat.
I think that's going to be more common. I could see that.
Yeah.
Well, if
But
you
look at
go
how
the,
many people are. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say this: if you go the traditional route, you really have to divorce yourself from modern society. You can't let your family have divorced friends or feminist friends or career women friends. You, one way or another, you can't participate in the society as it is considered normal.
Yeah.
Like I don't allow TV shows, movies, any of that people programming crap. I know where it leads, and I know that's influence you don't want in your house.
No, it's not. And I'm actually an ordained minister as well. And you don't know how many times I've seen them take obey out of the fucking service. They didn't want to have that as part of their vows.
They do
And
what?
they take the word, how the woman in the woman's vows, one of the vows is to obey, to love, honor, and obey.
Yeah.
Right? And they take obey out. Like love, honor, and cherish, or something like that.
Well, patriarchy.
No, I'm not joking.
Sally Brandon, I know you're not joking.
So you're an ordained minister. What particular faith? I mean, or what denomination?
Well, my ministry is through First Nations Baptist Church. But I'm not part of the Baptists. I'm not a Baptist. I don't have a congregation, and I never have.
Yeah, I grew up Baptist, but I am so unorthodox. I think most people would consider me a heretic. But
Well,
I feel like I'm a straight shooter. Like I tell people, these feminists, that's the demonic Jezebel spirit. These women that act like men are like literal demon flesh walkers.
there's a lot of evidence to support that, at least some type of possession or influence, if you believe in that. But I'm of the opinion that organized religion is all corrupt. So I don't support any organized religions.
I mean,
I was raised a Catholic. I know that's corrupt. I tried some other places out, and all I saw people was just guys out there making money.
well, I was listening to this Jesuit priest that was a turncoat. He left and he ratted them all out, and he basically said that a lot of these Protestant and Mormon and several other things that you may think they're independent, but in reality, they're just controlled by Jesuits. You believe that?
No, I believe they're their own form of corruption, but I don't believe in the omnipotence of the Catholic Church.
The way he was wording it, it sounded like the prostitute of Babylon is the Catholic Church that's controlling all these religions, like even Islam. They said that one was started by the Pope. I don't know. I listen to a lot of weird people, and whenever it
Yeah,
corroborates with other stories, I take it more serious.
yeah, I'd like to see his evidence,
Let me see
but
if I
right
can.
now it sounds like bullshit to me.
Let me see if I can find this guy for you. Jesuit priest.
You know, that goes in with all the whole Opus Dei stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe the Catholic Church is corrupt as hell. You know,
Ex-Jesuit priest Alberto Rivera. Very interesting guy. And then I was listening to an Illuminati. He seemed to corroborate that story, saying that the little Satanist sect he was in, they would make him do Catholic things, Orthodox things, Mormon things, Mason, Freemasonry things. And I always thought that they were separate, but they would work together. But he worded it the way he was talking. He said they essentially were all the same thing. They just were like little different hangouts.
well, they kind, you know, that's a good way to put it. They sort of are the same thing with different hangouts, but the idea that there is a centralized control is, I don't believe it. People are too freaking uh, confrontational. Because if there's money to be made, there'll be competition for it. Competition breeds avarice and greed. So, a worldwide group of people all working towards one goal, I don't believe it. They may share a common end goal and work together from time to time, but central control of everybody, no. I don't. That can't be right. It's against human nature.
They are human.
But once again, this is not something I've devoted a lot of thought to. It's one of those things that I have no control over, so I don't concern myself with it on a daily basis, or even really find it that interesting.
Oh wow, there's a comment here, Iridium Kush. You see the Marxist rainbow flag on churches here. Yeah, I'm surprised God hasn't did like Sodom and Gomorrah judgment on those churches yet.
Yeah. Well,
AKS says he wants to get in on this. I don't know if he's in the backstage or not.
Oh yeah, if you need to, feel free to boot me and yeah, hop on here and take my spot, man.
No, he's got room for you.
so if you want the conspiracy theorist expert, we've got him in chat right now. That's absolute knowledge seeker. He knows everything about all that stuff.
You don't say. I should have him on my channel. Hopefully, I'm not going to get banned, but they just got me for one of my Squirty Juice videos.
Yeah. I'm going to put the link in chat again, I hope.
What's wrong for you, Brandon? Yes.
But AKS is he's all over this stuff. He knows all this stuff. We can listen to you guys talk about that. Hey, AKS, hop on, buddy. Hey, Zombro, welcome back. Oh, no, that's not Zombro. That's you. I mean, I always get your icons mixed up.
It's the green.
Oh, you put the icon, or you put the link in too. Good job.
You're beating to it, even behind the wheel.
So AKS, get on. I'm out of my depth here. For Kush, you know all kinds of stuff too. Not only having fashionable eyewear.
So, absolute knowledge seeker, did you get on?
Somebody's in backstage now. It's Iridium Kush.
Wow.
At the stream.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm all right. How are you doing, man?
Welcome
Welcome to the
good.
road.
Let me just turn. Just had to shut
What's
off
up, Kush?
the video in the background. Hey, doing good. Doing good, everybody. Thank you for stopping by my stream earlier today. And thank you for the compliment on the eyewear. So,
well, how many glasses do you got? Because I've seen you in at least 3 different pairs.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of different pairs. So yeah,
they're all really nice too.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So yeah, you wanted to talk about conspiracy theories. I'm not as good as AKS, but I can maybe answer questions for you.
That was directed at you, Truth.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on what you said there. You broke up a little bit.
Truth, Iridium Kush is ready to talk conspiracy theories with you. Oh, where's the background? Oh, and we got AKS too. At the stream.
So you got Hemi, Truth Anchor, AKS, you, and me.
Yep.
What's up, bros?
How you doing?
Hey, AKS.
Oh man,
how's it going
good
today?
stuff. Good stuff happening. The VA.
What's happening?
In the VA.
Excellent.
Welcome, sir.
Sorry, here I'm just.
I just saw. Let's see. There was Truth Anchor. There was I haven't seen you too much. I'm Truth Anchor.
Yeah, I'm pretty wild. I got some conspiracy theory stuff, religious stuff, political satire. I'm all over the place.
Truth, I'm gonna look you up.
I'm really
Oof.
pushing my bit shoot because I can't control myself. I can't on the censored words in the videos. So yeah, it's a matter of time before I get canceled on YouTube.
Yeah, you need backups.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
surprised
you
I
need
haven't.
backups. And just like me, like Iridium, If you're worried I'm about crossing the line, you should make Iridium Kush on 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
I'm gonna have to probably do that at this point because yeah, I'm becoming a celebrity in this community, and yeah, so but yeah, I'll it's easy to do that, so I'll probably end up doing that. But I haven't really crossed the line too much yet, and I try not to do that. Um, just because I don't want to be doing that because I'm traveling all the time for a job. Out of curiosity, Brandon, where are you right now?
I am in Kansas
Okay,
on I-35 heading towards Kansas City.
okay.
I, I'm
Yeah, I was gonna
between
say
them.
you were in the plains somewhere. It looks pretty flat, so
Yep.
yep. But I couldn't
I'm
tell.
between Emporia and Ottawa,
Okay, okay.
if you
Yep.
want to pinpoint it.
Yeah, no, I know. I know vaguely where you are. I don't get out that way to Kansas City way very often, but yep, I'm out to
But we need legal dope here, so you need to come and put some effort in.
yeah, out there in Kansas. So they get all the contact highs from Colorado, don't they? 'Cause they were
Yeah,
one
but
of the
the wind blows too much to really get much of it, though.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard you. I heard you talking about the plants and everything in the yard, and I do that as well. And that is quite cathartic, like you said. That's good for the soul. So I do agree with you there. That's quite helpful for me. So what did you do? I saw you earlier last week. You were making a run to what, Laredo, Texas?
Yep, that's one of our hubs.
Yep.
Uh, and I that's the place I've been the most.
Okay, because yeah, whenever we ship equipment from here to Mexico, we have to do that kind of exchange. We switch it at the border, we ship it to that port
Right.
in Laredo, Texas, and then the Mexican carrier has to take it over from there. Same thing like whenever we transport something to Canada, the Canadian broker has to take it on the other side. Do you do
Right.
runs to Canada at all?
We have been holding off on that, but they used to before the coup.
Okay.
I'm sure that business will pick up again. For the NAFTA rules, we should be able to drive in any of the three countries of the U.S., Canada, or Mexico.
Yeah, I was in Canada. I was in Montreal 3 weeks ago, and I crossed no problem.
Yeah.
I heard they were
They've
given.
had,
I heard they had fine. I heard they were given fines for like $2,500. Right.
For no, I mean there was nobody in front of me at the line. There was like one person in front of me at the line when I crossed into Quebec, and they just asked me the normal questions that they've always asked me prior to the coup. So
You didn't get jabbed, right?
I'd rather not discuss that.
Those
Okay,
rules were only for Canadians anyway.
I'm sorry.
Those restrictions at the border were only applying to us.
I think it was
Yeah.
for truckers. I think it was for truckers. That didn't want the jab.
No, they were still letting them through. It was for like travelers and mainly for Canadian citizens to walk them in our country.
well, what they were doing, to the truckers, the American truckers, was if you didn't have a vaccine passport, they were making you wait out your quarantine in your cab.
Yeah, they're not requiring any of that proof of vaccination or anything anymore.
That's great.
Yeah.
As it should be.
Sounds like
Is it-
liberation to me.
You should get a refund on their tickets.
Trudeau
And I
spent
believe-
$411 million on that stupid app.
Yeah,
And
even
I believe in February was when that expired.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when I traveled to Mexico in March, the only thing I had to do when I came back in March is I just had to take a negative COVID test coming back from Mexico. And the funny thing about it in Mexico is you can get a negative test whether you test positive or not, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You could go to a certified doctor, or you could get someone to make you a certified thing. I did it the legit route, but yeah, it's still that took an extra day of travel just to fiddle futz around with doing that.
When I came back from Ukraine last year, I had to spend 2 weeks in quarantine when I got back, even though I had negative tests.
That's ridiculous.
That was a U.S. policy.
Yep. Yeah. Luckily, yeah, and I'm gonna be traveling to France, to our parent company in France in January, and I'm gonna be actually in Vegas in 2 weeks. So I'm gonna be on the road quite a bit too, like you.
You're banging some hookers in Vegas.
Honestly, I don't. I'm like your friend Brandon here. I'm going monk on that shit, man. I don't. I'm
Yeah, save
listening
your
to-
money. I've already banged my
listen,
fill. You
yeah,
save your
listen.
money.
Listen
Save
to
your money.
Brandon. It's not worth the drama. It's not worth the bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. In Las Vegas, there's tons of hookers in Las Vegas. They'll probably try to rob you or set you up.
Oh God! Outside every hotel, the hotel I stay in, I guarantee you there'll be a dozen of them, easy.
Slip and
everywhere.
slide.
Oh yeah, I mean they just hang around there everywhere, and the regular women there that are on vacation, they're no better. I mean, they're no better there. That's total thottery out there. It was bad last year when it was still under the coof, but I can't imagine what it's going to be like this year. I'm actually going there for a cannabis conference. It's a huge ass cannabis conference. It's called MJ Biz, and it's the week before Thanksgiving.
Nice.
So, yeah, I'll probably be streaming every night I'm there because I'll have some shit to talk about.
Hell, even if you just walk around and point out the debauchery as you're walking.
Oh,
You know,
exactly.
get a
I'll have
Bluetooth
enough to.
get a Bluetooth headset and just walk around with your phone. Say, look at these 304s.
Oh yeah. Oh, I should
look
do
at
like
that
some of those.
simp
I should do that. I should go around asking. I should do like
asking
some of those.
questions.
Yeah, asking them the questions exactly. What state are you in?
When I was thinking about when I was saying I'm going to join, you guys were talking about when I was thinking about joining. You guys were talking about religion and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, you wanted to.
What were you guys on with that subject?
I think somebody here
That
wanted to
truth
talk
anchor.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and do your conspiracy thing.
Yeah, so lately I've been listening to a Illuminati turncoat, a Jesuit priest turncoat, and he basically said that the Vatican, by way of the Jesuits, the Illuminati, they basically control the Freemasons in America, the Mormons in America, some of the charismatic Protestant faiths, a lot of surprising Protestant churches, and I'm trying to think something else. But
Yeah, I've heard of. Yeah, I've heard of plenty of. Yeah, I've heard of plenty of Pope pedo conspiracy theories. I think the Vatican is. I think the Vatican is heavy into organized pedo stuff. I've heard.
Well, that's
It's
the reason
disgusting.
they have like a sovereign government. That way they don't ever have to answer to anybody. They can literally do whatever the hell they want. They have their own bank. They have their own
Country.
Yeah.
It's their own country, and it's a little square in Rome, and it's its own country.
No accountability, none whatsoever.
Yeah, and my understanding is that there are Masonic symbols and all kinds of common things, like the layout of Washington, D.C. is a Masonic star, a pentagram. What else? The triangle or the pyramid on top of the dollar bill, that's a Masonic symbol.
It is. The obelisk.
Pyramid on
that's
top of the
palace.
Washington Monument.
Yep. Yep.
Also, the Statue of Liberty. That's Lucifer, and the Torch of Liberty is actually Osiris's penis, I believe.
That I did not know. I've never heard that one
in the
before,
Washington
but-
Monument.
Yeah, that's
in the
a
Washington
phallus as
Monument.
well.
And there's another one, and there's another monument. Just like it. I forget. There's another one. I forget where it is, or I think it's in. I forget. I don't want to butcher it. It's in a
They have
different.
obelisks in London. They have obelisks in France. They have obelisks in Rome. They have obelisks in Egypt. It's a fairly common structure.
Yep.
Indeed.
It's a penis.
I agree. Well, here's the thing. John
It's a penis.
Podesta. You remember that photo John Podesta took with the fish and I think number 13? Y'all remember that weird picture? He was the guy that was with Hillary Clinton's campaign.
I don't know.
He's the
anything
guy with all
about
the. Podesta. He's the guy with all the sick photos. In his house.
Probably. I think he was the salty cracker guy. But yeah, he's one of their satanic priests in their little political sector of the Democrat Party. And that 13 and fish, that is paganistic Egyptian Aleister Crowley-like Satanism, and that's the flavor they are, is the Aleister Crowley Egyptian kind. But yeah, that those phallus symbols really is a Osiris's penis that they're worshiping.
And that's in our countries, and that's in our countries. Capital is a 100-foot penis in Washington D.C.
Yep.
Brandon, I think you lost your video streaming there. I think we lost Brandon here. Maybe he got some.
He sometimes cuts in and out because of service connection.
Because
Yeah,
something that I wanted to talk about, it's this concept of
There he is.
religion. It's this concept of religion as a tool to control and even brainwash, as a tool to bring people together towards some common stuff, like I was in church for somebody's service, and I went, in church, they tell you, stand up, sit down, say this, say that. It's all obedience, conditioning.
Yeah, I got to correct myself. It was John Podesta and the number 14, the fish. But yeah, it is Egyptian paganism, and he's one of their satanic priests in their political order.
Okay. I know just my attitude in religion just in general is, I don't need to go to a building or hear someone else's interpretation of the Bible. I can do that on my own. That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? What's funny is how there's these pastors, and is how these pastors will bang like whole groups of women at churches.
Well, yeah, the church.
And it's all
church is
brainwashed.
not a. Oh yeah, when I went to church, some of the church girls were among the worst 304s.
It's usually a preacher daughter.
You hear stories. The pastor's banging. The pastor, he has a wife, and he's banging these multiple churchgoers, and it's because he's an authority figure. He's got status, and he's got the floor, and he's got the stage. So whatever so he could say, I'm God. He could say whatever. I'm off the wall. I'm crazy shit. He wants, and because of his status and his authority in the church, and because of his status, they'll just believe it.
Well, that's the problem. That's why you need to. That's why you need to interpret it for yourself. I mean, that's why I've always. That's why I distance myself from that. And when I revisit religion again, I look at it. I just read the word myself and interpret it for myself. And I don't need it filtered through somebody. And like you said, I don't need church procedures and rituals to interpret the good word.
Well,
And
that's the problem I run into. Like, I do a lot of religious videos, but like they don't look at me as having authority. So I'll teach them some really cool things, and just nobody takes it serious. But I don't care. I'll just do it for my own self.
cool.
You
So
know, like I went to church and it felt like and I thought it was like 10 times. He was like, stand up, sit down, amen, stand up, sit down, drink wine, eat bread, give money, and I was like this is the same old
You left
fucking
out a
shit.
few give monies.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it was like at the Protestant church when I grew up in elementary and high school. It's like, how many times can they pass the sterling silver tray around?
I only did it one time in my church.
I always found that a bit charming, asking for money in a sterling silver tray, 12 inches in diameter. Okay.
So I got the story for you on the Osiris fish. It's Osiris is torn into pieces by his brother. Isis recovers 13 pieces but can't find the penis as it has been eaten by a fish, so she uses sex magic to revive her dead husband, brother, God. That's all one person, husband, brother, and God. Osiris has left Egypt to travel the world and left Isis in charge of the kingdom instead of him. That's why they're obsessed with that penis symbol. That's why it's all over the place in their little statues and temples and whatnot. Weird stuff. Weird.
That
weird.
is very
An Egyptian
weird.
god penis.
But yeah,
I
that's
don't get
exactly all the obelisk, Statue of Liberty. That's what they are worshiping.
Yeah, if that's the case, that's really fucked up.
Yeah, you got to see it to believe it. Just type in John Podesta, read his Wikipedia page, and you'll see the photo of the 14 and fish. But it gets even more weird because all these paranormal people that tie the religious stuff to the aliens. Well, Podesta, his email server, when it got leaked, he was actually in contact with some contactees and people that were trying to get the government to be honest about aliens. So it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder.
Interesting. So I'm just trying to read the road signs as they're going by. I can't read them with the camera on your phone.
Yeah, I don't have
But
the.
that's
I don't
not
have the
your fault,
1080p.
Brandon. That's totally on me.
No, it's actually a combination. I don't have. I'm too cheap to get the plan where I can broadcast in 1080.
Oh, okay.
So we're a little lower resolution than a lot of folks.
It's no big deal for the purposes of this, I'd do the same thing. Cool. So how much longer you got to go tonight? Are you going all night?
Oh no, I'm going to drive to Kansas City. I'll tell you how far it is. We got a road sign up here. Just a second. It is Kansas City is 61 miles, so it's just about an hour.
Yeah, so you got about another hour or so.
Yeah.
Cool. And then what do? You take your mandatory break or?
Yeah. I'll be taking a mandatory break then.
Okay.
Although I had a really long freaking break when my tire blew up.
Oh, I saw something. I noticed something about that. You had A tire. What caused that? Was it just the heat, or
No, I didn't. I don't know what caused it, and I didn't even feel it blow. Uh, one time when I stopped to go use the restroom, I looked at the truck and I saw that I had a blown tire, and I'm like, well, that's all as far as I'm going today. Then it took me 15 hours to get my company to decide which place was going to fix my tire.
sounds about right. Yeah, I have to get deliveries at our warehouse quite a bit, and I operate the hand pallet jack. And when I see what some people put in, the way people put stuff in the back of your guys' trailers, man, I'm telling you, it just amazes me what people do.
Oh yeah, there's people doing crazy stuff all over, and not sloppy work, dangerous. In fact, if you have freight break loose,
Oh yeah. Yeah, we had one of our pieces of equipment. It weighs 6,000 pounds, and they didn't realize it weighed that much, and they tipped it over, and they had a little surprise.
So, Brandon, I saw a video of a truck get blown over sideways. Is that common, or is that like a really rare thing?
it happens on the Great Plains. The wind out here is no joke. Like today, I didn't feel comfortable with the way that the truck was leaning, so I slowed down. I slowed down to 55 miles an hour this afternoon because I was, one, getting blown all over the road, and two, I was probably leaning at 15 degrees.
So you
And
can sense that list like that?
oh yeah,
Okay.
you know, I've got an inner ear just like everybody else
I just
with those
wow.
semicircular canals.
Yeah,
You can tell when you're out of balance.
it gets that much, huh? And then you just feel it. You just feel the trailer whipping you around. Is that it? I've never driven a semi, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like a big sail.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this afternoon, driving this, I'm empty. This trailer's empty compared to my other one, which was full. And there's a huge difference
Oh, I'd
in the
imagine.
amount
I
that
imagine.
it moves around.
Yeah, I imagine the wind with the empty trailer, like you said, it's like a sail. Huh. I'm learning something today. I could become a trucker.
You could.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to quit the 420 for the CDL.
Yeah,
Right?
you would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm real fortunate. My company's real cool about that, luckily. So it'll probably be the company I retire from. So I'm on the
I hope so.
I'm on the 10-year downward glide to retirement. So
You're going to Fukushima.
I may.
I would
I
stay.
may.
I would stay far. I would stay far the fuck away. That radiation. Right in the soil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that nasty kind too, where it doesn't go away for like a century or something. Is that right?
Well, that's like basically what they're doing is they're just concentrating it down. And Brandon, I think you were a chemical engineer. You know what they're doing. They're just
No, it's mechanical.
Mechanical. They're basically concentrating it down so they can make the hazardous waste stored in a smaller area. So they're basically, there's a bunch of sand and silt out there that's all irradiated, radioactive.
Yeah.
And then they're separating out the water from it, so they can. I think they're separating out the radioactive solid waste from the water. I think is what they're doing. Yep,
that makes sense. Well, let me give everybody some good advice. If they start dropping nukes in America, stay inside for like 2 days. That's the the safe point for the radioactive decay of a hydrogen bomb.
Okay.
Or a bunker if possible. Or a bunker or would be nice.
Well, it's those alpha particles. They just fall down like rain. So really, just stay inside and turn the.
And keep the window closed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And make sure nothing crawls down the chimney.
Thank God I don't have a fucking chimney.
Yeah.
But those alpha particles are real nasty. But fortunately, hydrogen is the radioactive decay is really, really quick. So
Yeah.
2-3 days and it's pretty much gone.
So just remember, with every hydrogen bomb, you have a fission bomb that is the
It
trigger.
starts it. Yep.
I did not know that. So you're saying a hydrogen bomb has
You need a fission reaction to start the fusion. You need the energy of a fission, like from like what Brandon said, from plutonium and uranium. You need a tiny little bit to start the fusion reaction. Yep. So it's shitty all around.
I don't know if the stories are true, but I mean, this World War III thing, they just keep escalating and escalating. Everyone keeps acting like it's no big deal.
Well, everybody forgot about COVID. Now that we got nuclear World War III on the horizon, everybody forgot all about the jab and the variants and the variant BS.
Well, the part that bothers me is I grew up kid of the 80s during the Soviet Union and the Cold War and the threat of nuclear war. We took that shit seriously. These guys are just like, oh, let's swap a few nukes back and forth with a badminton racket. What the fuck?
It might be a distraction.
I think it's a death cult. I think they think human beings are like a sickness on the planet, so they're secretly wanting it to happen. I think they knew squirty juice was a depopulation thing, and they went along with it anyway.
It could have been way worse. The jab, it could have been like, everybody could have just went along, because, I think there was like 70%. I think it was like 70 or so. I think it was like 70% that were just like, I'm stupid. I'm just gonna go along, and it could have been 95%. I think they were shooting for like 95%. I think they were shooting for like damn near everybody to just follow, and they didn't.
Well, Biden said they had to have 80%, and they backed off, I guess, because they thought there was going to be a civil war.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
plus that's unconstitutional to insist to violate people's medical privacy. I mean, he was so far outside the Constitution when he mandated that.
It's not part of the enumerated powers, that's for sure.
What's that? I'm not Normandy. What's the fucking shit? The Nuremberg. Nuremberg.
Well, that is the news story. Someone's pushing out these stories about there should be pandemic amnesty for those that thought they were doing the right thing. I don't know what is that, like a CIA psyop deal or what's going on?
I'm not sure what you mean by the pandemic amnesty, but I did see one about these nurses in New York City that won a lawsuit, and they're getting compensation back for all their lost pay. They got fired because they didn't get the jab, and the city of New York has to pay them back for like retroactively for like 2 years of salary and like any damages or anything that they incurred because of that. And I'm like, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah. And speaking of nukes, and you guys are bringing up nukes, and I was thinking with technology, and I was thinking I think the new nukes could like probably blow up half the United States in one fucking. I think they might have technology where they could just because I think Hiroshima. I think that Hiroshima was small compared to what they can do.
Hiroshima was a firecracker compared to the ones they have today.
Well,
Yeah.
the biggest nukes right now, believe it or not, the Chinese have them, and they are massive. But it would still take like 500 nukes to really depopulate the U.S. Really,
Oh,
what?
it doesn't matter because Japan. I mean, Japan and South Korea, they have bombs that would wipe out Beijing right there. Boom, done.
Honestly, if I was wanting to destroy the U.S., I would just do an EMP, and that's a single nuke at a middle of the country at a certain altitude, and that alone will put everything in the dark ages, and that's a nightmare. That is an absolute nightmare.
Oh yeah, an EMP, you're done. Everything we're doing right here is done.
And that's just one nuke. Like seriously, just one.
Yep. Yeah, that would be the first thing that would happen in a nuclear war. All countries would launch a nuke into the atmosphere, like you said, and detonate it there, and that would generate so many EMPs, it would wipe out all the communications and electrical grid.
So I'm actually going to make a video on how to build a Faraday cage and protect from that because I'm actually an expert in that. But honestly, man, it's going to be Mad Max. Even if you got a working solar panel and generator, you're going to need a lot of lead.
I was going to say, that's a big Faraday cage.
It's not that hard. I mean, it's just you could probably make one with chicken wire and have a really good ground to earth ground, and that'll probably protect it.
Yeah, I was going to say either that or aluminum foil or something like that. Yep.
But the important thing is the ground. You got to have that. Otherwise,
it's going to go right through everything. Yep.
I'm about to get the hell out. I'm about to get the fuck. I'm out of New York. If nuclear war is about to happen, or the food shortages are like really are like on the first day of a food shortage, I might just get the fuck out of here, because I don't want to get trapped, because I don't want to get stuck. I'm in New York City when they're like, oh, everybody's trying to get out. I don't want to get stuck when everybody's on the highway on their way out, and they got police and they got military saying, oh, they got military and they got people saying, oh, you can't pass or we're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, it'd probably be like The Walking Dead, how the cities were particularly bad due to the population density. I think that would be very accurate about what would happen in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
No mercy.
Yep.
No mercy.
But hey, guys, it was nice chit chatting with you. I'm gonna drop off here, so have a good night.
All right,
Brandon.
Thanks for coming, Kush.
Yeah, no problem. It was nice talking to you, and have a safe travels.
Peace, man.
Yep.
All right, Iridium.
What's up, Kush? Well, I'm also a child of the 80s, and I served in the military back when we still were up against the Soviets. I kind of had a different view of nuclear war than Kush did. I figured out that there wasn't going to be a nuclear war after the Cuban Missile Crisis. That we were just like shaking our fists at each other, and nobody was really serious about it.
Saber rattling.
What we used to, some of the stuff we used to do was kind of funny. It's really freaking dangerous, and we didn't report it to the news. But the plane that I was aircrew in had the ability to drop sono buoys. Well, if you can drop a sono buoy, you can drop anything else out of that tube. And we would load up the sono buoy tube with forks, knives, and spoons that we stole from the mess deck of the ship. And if they found, because we weren't a sub hunting plane, but we had, all the planes had the ability to drop those buoys so they could listen for things. And if they found a sub, we'd fly over the top of them and drop silverware on them, and listen to the silverware hit their sub, ting, 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 ting. And that's some of the stuff we used to do the brewskis. But another time, we pulled into Abu Dhabi, and at the Sheraton Hotel there. I was in the bar with the captain when he got a like a hand delivered package from like a oh I guess DHL or somebody came and found him in the bar and gave him this envelope, and he opens it up, and there's a freaking photograph of our aircraft carrier taken from a submarine at fairly close range. So we fucked with them and they fucked with us, and we didn't shoot anything.
Yeah, I heard stories like that, and I didn't believe it when I first heard it, but then I kept
It's
hearing
fucking
it.
true.
Yeah, it's wild too, because those submarines, if the world is truly destroyed, it'll probably be from a nuclear submarine more than anything.
Well,
You need,
we have a diversified delivery system for a reason.
we do, but it's all predictable other than submarines. Submarines, you don't know where they're at sometimes when they go underwater. It's hard to track them. There's a lot of unknowns, but everyone knows where the launching places are for the ICBMs and all that.
Well, yeah, the ICBMs don't move, but the airplanes do.
Wild stuff. Well, let me ask you this, Brandon. I mean, I certainly agree with you. If the world was full of rational, somewhat good people, yeah, there wouldn't be a nuclear war. But 2 years ago, I actually predicted a nuclear war, and I predicted the Ukrainian Russian thing would escalate. And I did that for one reason. The elites, the cabal, they're all building a bunch of luxurious bunkers. Why do you think that is?
Well, obviously they're going to hide in style.
I don't like what's getting ready to happen, but yeah, there's articles back in 2019 about them bragging about that right before COVID. Crap, I said it. Right before the bug.
Yeah.
I heard there's a huge one in Brazil. I heard there's a huge bunker in Brazil. I think that's the biggest one. Supposedly I read an article. And then I heard and then a trivia. I heard and then there's a trivia fact that 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 in Albania, I think they have the most bunkers in the world.
Where'd you hear that from?
Was it you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would that
Albania.
be?
Well, back when Albania was a satellite state of the Soviet Union, they were really, really poor. In fact, they're still really, really poor. And they couldn't really contribute much in the way of, and there's not very many Albanians either, but they couldn't contribute much in the way of a military force to go out and fight with the Warsaw Pact nations. So they made Albania almost impregnable because every hilltop, every pass, every highway, every town, you know, pretty much everywhere they built bunkers. Thousands of them. So if you were going to, that you weren't going to do a blitzkrieg through Albania, you'd have to go through and isolate the bunkers and just wait for them to starve out, or you'd have to go through and take them out each individually.
Worked in Vietnam for them, so I guess they learned the lesson.
Well, this was before Vietnam when they started building this stuff. They started building these bunkers in the 50s, and they didn't stop until the 90s.
Wow.
Did that consider guided munition?
Yeah.
You guys can drop a bomb down a fucking stovepipe.
Well, now they make these thermobaric bombs where what kills you is not shrapnel, it's the concussion. The explosion happens so fast, it rips the air out of your lungs. It's a horrible way to die. It should be against Geneva Conventions, but whatever. But they specifically made those for the tunnels.
Yep.
And what's
They
the
did.
kill radius?
They
And
kind
what's
of
the kill radius?
it's like a
Depends
weight
on the
guide.
size. Depends on the size of the bomb. Like the Moab, a mother of all bombs. I think that was the one that they were using on the caves in Afghanistan, where they were sucking the air out of the caves.
But you can't really say there's a bomb radius because it kind of depends on the tunnel. Like all the energy is
Well,
conserved in
what that you can, because that's I just don't know the answer, because the deals with overpressure and also using up oxygen.
Yeah, I heard. This is a
I
little bit
don't
off
want to give
topic.
you
This is a little
I don't
bit,
want to give you bullshit.
this is a little bit something. Because we were talking. Because I brought up your trivia fact. I brought up your trivia fact about the bunkers. I think that I think it's Yugoslavia. Has the most like I think it's Yugoslavia or Serbia or something. Has the most like has the most like inactive landmines or bombs in the ground.
I can see that. If you want to hear a lot about deep underground military bunkers, they call them DUMBs. The guy that they got suicided was Phil Schneider, and he said some wild, wild stuff about those things. I didn't take them serious until I learned later that he got suicided. So he must have been saying at least something true.
Well, it's a constant arms and defense race on those things.
Well,
Almost as soon as they're built and the details get out, somebody figures out a way to blow them up.
Well, the way he was wording it, he said it wasn't built for the Soviet Union or any of our enemies. He said it was built so they could collapse society and go underground and still have like a functioning society. And it sounds crazy, I know, but I mean that's just what he said.
Yeah. That theory has been out there for a while.
It might have been Bosnia. It might have been Bosnia. I forget. I forget. It's a trivia fact. I mean, I don't think my life is going to change substantially, whether I know it or not.
Right.
You know.
In fact, do you remember Dr. Strangelove?
I do.
I don't.
Well, it's a great old movie. Peter Sellers, and a whole bunch of other people in it, and they had the Doomsday bunkers, and then the Doomsday bomb.
Yeah, the guy that played Patton was in it, and they had that iconic scene with the guy riding the bomb like it was a bull.
Yeah, right. That they had George C. Scott in there, and they had all kinds of different other. I think the guy that was riding the bomb, that was like Chet Atkins.
I can't remember.
He was also a country singer.
Yeah, and there's some trivia. Yeah, I mean, and you're talking about this movie.
Yeah, that movie though,
strange.
I think it had just like one woman in it the entire time. It was really interesting in that respect.
I never saw. There's some movies. There's some movies that Alex J. He brings up. I think it was 1984, or is that even a movie? Is 1984, is that a book or is that a movie?
Both.
It's probably both.
It began as a book.
It was the book that was written like in 1948 by what was his name, Orson Welles.
Orwell. No, Orwell. James Orwell.
Yeah, him.
George Orwell.
And Brave New World. I never saw that.
An Animal Farm.
Man, Animal Farm, that's a good one. That should be mandatory for all these little millennials to watch.
Yeah, learn what communism really is from a pig. Because some of us are more equal than others.
Man, that is so wild though. The person that wrote that was very bold because when the pig takes over the farm, the banker like starts a war, and that's what happened. Like the Rothschilds started a war in Russia to try to retake the communist lands, and that was like totally in the book. I was shocked they had that in there.
Here's some more shocking news for you. The guy that supported Marx,
Trotsky.
Engels. No, Trotsky was not one of the people that supported Marx financially. Marx was supported throughout his life by a guy named Engels.
I saw.
And
Yeah,
Engels
my
was,
bad.
by marriage, related to the Rothschilds.
Oh wow, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
Well,
Engels' aunt was married to one of the bigwig Rothschilds, not just a minor cousin or anything like that.
She was in the original 5.
You think that's coincidence?
Oh, that's definitely not coincidence. Marxism was originally supported and perpetuated by the Rothschilds to overthrow the monarchies.
It's communism.
Yeah, there's a reason Kanye and Kyrie Irving are trying to be destroyed right now. You can't expose the man behind the curtain.
Can't talk about the little hats.
The Great Oz.
That's another was it conspiracy theory book, The Wizard of Oz. The Yellow Brick Road is actually a gold standard. Was it the three? Was it Cowardly Lion, the Tin Man? That's industry, animal husbandry, and farming. And that's the way to fight the fiat system. That and the Yellow Brick gold standard. And then the person behind the curtain is the Federal Reserve, the cabal, the Rothschilds, whatever you want to call them.
Yes, but what was the Lollipop Guild?
I have no clue.
We
LGBTQ.
represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. We represent the Lollipop Guild. We'd like to welcome you to Munchkin Land.
They're the LGBTQT.
Yeah, that's just the clown world that we currently live in. That was a prophecy.
You think maybe they were the trade unions?
Interesting. I didn't think about that. Could be. So who's the Flying Monkeys? Is that the alphabet soup in DC?
Yeah.
Well, the Flying Monkeys are the agents of chaos. So
That's your IRS, the FBI, CIA.
well, they didn't have the FBI and the CIA when the book was originally written.
Well, here's the funny thing. They have a history, whoever they are, they have a history of telling you what they're going to do before they do it. Like, you're going to own nothing and be happy. Like, that hasn't come true yet, but they're already bragging about it.
Well, that's how the spell works. the spell has to be known for it to work, right? Yeah, but hidden in plain sight, usually through a riddle or something.
I think that's
There's
how
your,
they
there's your
get
Carl Schwab there,
I mean,
AKS.
I mean, I think that's part of their. I think it's part of their psychosis. I think it's part of their psychosis. They want is that they want evidence that they put it out there, and they still got away with it.
I have a theory. Alex Jones believes it's like a sexual thing. They want you to like act like Doctor Evil from the James Bond movie. I actually think it's a religious thing to where if they tell you what they do before they do it, they're not going to be judged by God. That it goes on you because you weren't smart enough to stop them.
I think it's an ego thing. It's gratifying them. They put this shit. It's gratifying them that they put the. It's gratifying the in the WEF meetings are public knowledge, and nobody's doing shit about it.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, all this is possible in my opinion.
Oh, I'm missing the fish fry.
It's just ridiculous though that like you tell this people this stuff and they act like you're crazy, and then you show them evidence and then they act like you're a science fiction writer and you made it up. And I'm like, it's a video. Look, he's bragging about it. I think last I heard that Klaus Schwab actually dressed up as Dr. Evil. Did anyone hear about that one?
It might have been a Photoshop. Picture. He does wear some Sith overlord robes. His Davos robe is it's a pretty unique fashion statement. His Davos robe looks like fucking he looks like Emperor Palpatine or something in that Davos or some Game of Thrones villain or something in that Davos robe.
Yeah, I should have looked more into that before I say anything. I'm not saying anything on Klaus Schwab dressing up like Doctor Evil. I got that from Alex Jones, but you're right. He is wearing some weird kind of like Star Trek shit.
Speaking of rich people wearing funny costumes, Jerry Jones, who owns the Dallas Cowboys, dressed up like a blind referee for Halloween. And they're
Yeah,
thinking
Star
about
Trek. Yeah, Star Trek. I think Palpatine. I think Palpatine just had a fucking. He had like a black fucking piece of cloth over him. I think you're right. I'm Star Trek.
Or
Was the
Star
thing.
Star
Wars.
Wars, but it doesn't matter now that Disney owns them.
Well, to anyone that hasn't seen it, I highly recommend everybody at least one time watch the Bohemian Grove video that made Alex Jones famous. These people really are like ancient pagans that still do this shit. They still dress up in robes and do their weird rituals.
Pagans, that means people against goodness and niceness, right?
Yeah, that along with pedophilia.
Well, there's an old movie with Dan Aykroyd and somebody else where they played, or it was based off the TV show Dragnet. I think it was Tom Hanks and Dan Aykroyd, movie from the 1980s, and the group that they were up against was called Pagan, people against goodness and niceness. So that's where that reference comes from. It's a joke.
I like it. It's a good acronym.
I I think that this WEF, Billy G, um, takeover. I ask myself, what can be done about it?
What can be done about what?
The World Monetary Fund.
And their plans, and
Well,
you got and I heard Fauci and Billy G are in some shit. I
well, I
heard
mean,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I heard there's new I heard there's new I heard that there's this new variant and it's 80% lethal. I heard there's new
Yeah,
variant.
that made the newspaper.
I heard there's new variant. Yeah, in Boston. I heard there's new variant. I heard there's new lab created. Or there's new variant that's lab created. In Boston, and and it's like I don't know if they're trying to spread it or who blew the whistle. But but now it's almost mainstream news.
Yeah, I interpret some dreams, and the thing I think is probably going to happen very soon is if you don't go along and get experimental zero liability squirts, they're going to put you in a camp and give you that lethal sickness, and that way they can say, "Well, we didn't shoot them, we didn't kill them, they just got sick because they weren't squirted."
They already tried. They already tried passing laws in. They already tried passing FEMA camp FEMA. They already tried passing laws in New York State and in Washington State. I want to look up the exact details, but there were bills. There were bills that were actually put up. There were bills for building and facilitating and making these vigilante crews, where they would round up people who didn't want to get jabbed. I heard in New York City and in Washington State, I heard it was like this close, and I heard it might have actually been a thing in Washington State. Like they like they had the camps all set up in Washington State, and there was a bill in New York State that I know there was a bill that I know for there was a bill that I read about. And I read it and I know for a fact, and that it didn't get passed, but it got put up, and it got put up, and and it said that any medical official or the any it said that the governor or any medical official can make a determination that anybody is a public health hazard, and and they can they can kidnap them and put them in a hospital or a camp.
Yeah, I like to think we won, but yeah, my interpretation of the Bible is these bastards are going to win, and they're probably going to kill us all, and then they're not going to lose until Jesus comes back, whatever that looks like. But I don't feel like we're going to win this. They got too much power and control. At best, all we do is delay them.
Yeah, I mean, dude, because I was telling you my story, and of course my neighbors made noise and fucking threw me off track, but like I was saying, like I was trying to tell you, I mean,
Were they like talking with peanut butter?
I hear noises.
It's like
I hear noises.
Okay.
It could have been anything, but I'm in the middle.
Maybe a
I'm in
little
the
bit
middle
of
of my story.
coconut oil on the thumb and right in the old woohoo.
I don't know about all that, but what I do want to tell you, it's
Yeah.
what I do want to tell you, it's that like is that if like 90 is it if 95% is it if a lot more people went along with this jab crap, I can almost guarantee you the camps would be a thing.
You're probably
Well,
right. I don't know what the numbers are because they're lying psychopaths. They don't tell the truth. But I will tell you this: Moderna and Pfizer is losing a shit ton of money because people are stopping believing their lies, getting their mystery juice.
And getting their fourth
Well,
jab.
what I'm worried about is the mosquitoes.
Fucking mosquito. I know where this is going. I don't like it.
Yeah, if they bite somebody who's had the jab, then they come and bite me. Will I get fucking MNRA fucking poison in me?
Oh, you want to hear some shit? You want to hear some shit? I'll talk about. We'll definitely address the mosquitoes. But what I heard, is that Bill Gates is going to pump all of his food full of mRNA. I heard that Bill Gates. I heard that Bill Gates is buying all of this farmland. I heard that Bill Gates is going to pump all of his farmland full of mRNA. Is what I heard.
I heard that too. I heard he was making mosquitoes with vaccines in them. And I also heard there's white papers on this. You can look it up for yourself. They're growing lettuce with the mRNA dose inside of it. So
I believe that.
And it's freaking and I thought it was like a decade off, and it's like no, they're starting to try to test this out in South America, and I just about can't believe it.
Commonly, the way they develop those vaccines that are naturally grown is in a tobacco plant because it it grows really fast and it has really big leaves that you can harvest a lot of stuff out of.
You're right. It's a living thing and it stabilizes it. But in the injection, it's not living. So they have to encase it in a lipid particle and then a nanoparticle. And only God knows what the nanoparticle does on top of the mRNA as well. And the whole thing just stinks to high heaven.
Well, and lettuce is not too far a distant cousin from tobacco. That's where I was going with this. It's the MNRA that produces the spike proteins that we're having the problems with. Then there's all the other crap they put in there.
Here's some lady talking in the background.
Yeah, that's my wife. I'll mute myself. Sorry.
Oh no, no, it's okay. It's not too bad, But I hear I hear voices sometimes.
These aren't those voices today.
Those Asian women, whenever they get on a phone, they're like really loud, and you swear they're fighting, but they're just having like a normal conversation.
Yeah. I heard about the mosquito thing. I heard about Billy G and the CCP. I think I heard the Dakotas. The Dakotas are, or Nebraska. The fucking the middle north in the middle north bumfuck farmland states. Those those are being bought up by Billy G and by the CCP. Chinese people. Chinese people are getting in on this shit. Chinese people and Ted Turner and okay, I'm getting off fucking dude. Okay. And Ted Turner was already like the fucking biggest fucking ranch farm fucking the biggest ranch farm fucking beef producing fucking fucking elite billionaire. Ted Turner started with this shit in Argentina with his Argentinian cattle beef and he owns a shitload of farmland in various states and then Billy G is getting in on it too and the CCP.
Yeah, they're all colluding together. Well,
Don't forget BlackRock.
Yeah, those bastards, yeah. So this is from the University of California, straight from their website. They got a $500,000 grant from the National Science Foundation, and threefold, showing that DNA containing the mRNA vaccines can be successfully delivered into the part of the plants where it will be replicated, demonstrating that plants can produce enough mRNA to rival a traditional shot, and finally determining the right dosage. Ideally, a single plant would produce enough mRNA to vaccinate a single person, said Juan Pablo Geraldo. I gotta get out of here. Later, gentlemen.
All right, brother.
All right.
We'll catch you. I'm coming to my show, and I'll come to yours.
Sounds good. Cool, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, have a great evening. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Yeah. I was on, dude. I'm just spitting shit that I've been hearing. Like I told you, the three biggest people from what I heard, and I don't know, if Elon Musk, or if Jeff Bezos, or if people, or if the freaking people who own Walmart, I don't know if they're in on this shit. I don't know if they're in on it. But I heard Billy G and the CCP and then Ted Turner. I heard Billy G, the CCP and Ted Turner are tycooning and trying to monopolize on farmland.
Yeah. Well, every time I hear you say Billy G, I want to say, Billy G is not my lover. She's just a girl that swears that I am the one.
You will not get doxxed. I mean, not striked. You will not get striked. Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, these rich people, you know, Ted Turner. Ted Turner. I don't even think he had. I'm gonna look up his net worth. I don't even believe. I don't even believe him anything that I read. Like Ted Turner. I don't believe. I don't believe what they put his net worth as listed as. I don't believe. I don't believe what they put. I don't believe what they put as Elon. I don't believe Elon Musk's net worth. I don't believe Andrew Tate's net worth. And I lump in Andrew Tate, because he's, I lump in Andrew Tate. He talks about, he networks. He talks about he has a piece of this and he has a piece of that, and he networks and he talks about, I don't believe anything that I read. I don't
'Cause you
believe
weren't
him
there.
anything. Exactly. I I wasn't at the bank. I didn't see his fucking. I didn't see his bank statement. I didn't count his money and check all his deposits. I wasn't fucking there. I wasn't fucking there. Brandon. Let's see. I said Ted. I said Ted Turner net worth. It says 2.2 billion. He ain't shit. He ain't shit compared to many different people.
Yeah.
I mean, Walton net worth. Man. Yeah, man. And we hear all this shit, and nobody, and it's like, and there's not enough people, and sometimes I'm surprised at the people who do know about this shit. I'll be striking up random conversations with certain people. I'm either went on YouTube or whether I'm in the street, or and some of them will know, and some of them will be like, some will be like, yeah, I know, and some of them will be like, yeah, I know about Billy G, and he's into this, and then I know about the jab is a bunch of bullshit, but but it's hard to say how many people actually. I don't know, man. I don't believe anything that I read. I mean, shit, man. It's like the world is going to shit, and we can't do a damn thing about it.
Nope.
That's the
And
sad.
that is where stoicism will save you from heartache. Because if you realize that you know nothing and you can really do nothing, then you don't have to worry about it. Now, if you want to affect change on this, then, feel free. Nobody's going to stop, or at least I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, but I ask myself, how many people know? How many people have heard about it? How many people believe it? How many people care to do something?
What?
Not
Do
enough.
what?
Okay.
That's the thing,
Okay,
is
Alex
nobody
J.
really knows what to do. I've never heard anybody say they're doing this, so we should do X, Y, and Z to stop them.
I think it's perfectly safe and legal. I think it's perfectly safe and legal for you to say, I want them indicted. I want them brought to trial. I think it's safe and to say that. I think it's unsafe to start riots. I think it's unacceptable. I think it's publicly and legally unacceptable to incite riots. I'm not saying that. I've seen I think it was Rand Paul has been I've seen Rand Paul questioning I've seen Rand Paul with Fauci, and that shit's been going nowhere. And he's supposed to
Right.
get him 5 and he's supposed
And
to get him 5 years. Yeah, and he's supposed to get and he's looking at maybe 5 years, or he should get, I don't know. He could be looking at life. I don't know.
Yeah, Rand Paul's a senator, and he can't even touch a stooge like Fauci or Fauci,
Yeah.
let alone any of the bigwigs.
Yeah, and they're trying to decimate Kanye West financially. And they're trying to cancel Kanye West, and now he's talking about the little hat people. Let's see. Kanye West canceled, or like I saw that that Kanye West had a bunch of interviews. I saw Kanye West was on this interview I'm talking about, the little hats, and Kanye West was on that interview, and he was talking about it. And in a few days, or a few weeks later, he gets his fucking Skechers. I think he lost his Skechers deal, and they try to cancel him.
Well, that was because he wore that White Lives Matter stuff at the Cannes Film Festival. I see a perfect place to park my truck.
Kanye West loses Skechers deal. I think I read he lost a Skechers deal. Let me see if that's YouTube news. I have no fucking reception. Anyway, yeah, man. I I used to get sick. I used to get sick of coming on my show, and I had a whole panel, and we would all bitch, and we would all complain, that the world is. We'd all bitch and say, and we would all say, like we'd be like, oh, the world is going to end, and I heard this, and I swear by this, and pretty much I'm regurgitating news articles and Alex Jones segments.
Yeah,
I
hang on a
mean,
second.
yeah.
Shit.
You fucked up.
Did I fuck up? No.
That was like a great place you parked. It's nice and empty.
It is nice and empty.
I would go for I would go for lots like that every single time. I don't know if they give you tickets if you go there. It's a department store and parking lot, or it's a supermarket. It's like a supermarket or a department store and parking lot, right?
It's Target.
Yeah. Will they give you will they give you tickets for parking there?
There's not a. Hang on a second. I gotta get out and look at something.
Okay. The fuck happened to my reception? Can't even see if you have an audience. I'm trying to fucking. Oh, okay. Maybe the app was giving me problems. Brandon. Let's see the audience. I'll even share it to. How much? Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you about Billy G. He's a piece of crap. I'm telling you I'm about. I think Ted T. He was the original person who started, and Ted T. was into Depop crap. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do, Brandon? I'm gonna share your video to all the Discord groups, so we get this thing promoted. Oh shit, man. Yeah, well. Well, let's see. Was I gonna? Okay. Share it. Share it here.
All right, sorry about the wait, but I had to do some precision backing there, and I couldn't talk and do that at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. By all means, I don't want to distract you. I'm the same
So,
way. I'm the same way. I'm the same way if I drive any vehicle. I want absolute focus.
yeah, so I need to go into Target, talk to the manager, and ask him if it's okay if I leave my truck here overnight. And if it's not okay if I leave it overnight, I will just go see my folks and come back and get the fuck out of here. But as you can tell, they're not using this end of the parking lot.
Yeah. Oh, the manager isn't a tyrant.
Yeah. So I need to go look out the back of my truck.
I don't think the tyrant is the word, but you have these tyrannical. I don't know, but you have these.
Yeah, there's assholes everywhere.
Yeah.
So
Let's see.
I'm going to do a little bit more backing, but I'm not going around a pole now, so oops, we're starting to overheat. Let's do that backing after we get done with this. So I'm gonna wrap
Your
up the
car?
stream.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
that was my clutch overheat alarm.
Your truck is overheating?
The clutch.
Oh, just the clutch.
Yeah. So we go talk to the manager and get this squared up. Thank you everybody for coming along for the ride tonight. Interesting conversation.
Yeah.
All right. So have a good night, and I will talk to everybody tomorrow.
I'll
Bye-bye.
talk to you later, bro.